Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Feedback Friday Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob. We're doing art today, and I need to pull up the chat. Whoops. Let me just get that up here. Sorry, I feel like it's been so long since I last streamed, and I forgot how to do it entirely, even though that is factually not true. There we are. Hello, chat. Pop out. And welcome to just below my camera, so it almost looks like I'm kind of looking at you. Hello, Jacob, who is the plant. Yes. Yeah, it's taking over. I've gotten to the point where I am now half of the screen. Soon, plant will be the show. It'll take over. It'll do art. It'll be amazing. All right, let me just get my files more organized. That would probably be a good thing. Scooch that over. Sorry. I'm totally normally organized. Yes, that's how this works. Gotta name this plant. All right, let's see. Open. All right. Then I'm going to need to open something else after this. Totally ready and prepared for this day is great. I'm a professional. All right. There we go. Now we're good on that. And now, just, oh, I already had this open here. Of course I did. Of course. Good. And awesome. Okay. Hello, welcome to the stream, everybody. Welcome. It's a Venus mouse plant. Yeah. It looks like it's starting to evolve, getting the like the mutations happening now. A little sunburn, maybe. Crisping up. It's very bright winter sun that I get here, so guess it's that. All right. Hello. Hello, George. Thea. Bucky. Jojo. Mike. Mandy. Diamond. Swifty. Dan. Dark Stormy. Thea. John. Ash. Baron. Hello. Hello to all of you. Welcome to the stream. Sorry it's been a bit of a kind of like tumbly start. New year, getting back into the swing of it. This week's been a bit weird. I actually got my booster shot on Monday, and it knocked me out for like 2 days, so that was fun. All good now, though. All right, so what we're doing today is we're going to actually be working on a kit. We don't tend to illustrate these on stream so much, but it was on my list of things to do, and it's for the Lunar New Year. Year of the Tiger. So I thought that could be kind of cool to illustrate. So I figured let's give it a go. Otherwise, we could do like a repaint. It's just all the other tasks right now are kind of like more waiting on things, can't reveal things, and like interface-ish things. So it's kind of like for drawing live, there isn't necessarily a lot I can pull on at the moment. Plus, we're trying to wrap up all this stuff quite soon. This week is kind of the due date for this piece, so I should probably do it. I suppose it is fine to go into next week. Charlie, just lay down, please. Nope. Gonna try and slink across my keyboard now. Okay. just very slowly walking all over everything. And then laying on my mouse. Nice. Why is there not a dog golem? Good question. Maybe we can answer that next year. I don't know, I just kind of, I would query the chat and try to work with what they gave me. I believe penguin stood out, and we've had a few penguins in the game, although a few dogs too, so I'd say maybe next year we can resolve that issue. All right. Did I make the koi fish chrome SOS skin? I don't think that I made that, no. Let's see. You'd think I would know these things. Trying to like picture it. Does it exist? When was that made? Or is that like a suggestion for an upcoming design? Because that does sound very cool. Finally getting the water of fire-breathing penguin skins. That'd be pretty fun. Oh no, it's so true. The fish costume is too good to be made. The costume chrome SOS skin. I get you. Yeah. Just make the whole trap skin like the one in the background that's in the fish costume. I do enjoy that one a lot. That was fun. All right. Trying to focus myself here. Feeling disheveled. Okay, so I have my task with its details. We're good. Hello, hello. Is there any chance that the CAPTCHA could be replaced with reCAPTCHA 2, 3, or 4? Something a little less inconvenient to the blind. That's actually a really good piece of feedback that I will share. Because that is something that we need to be better about, you know, like making our project more accessible to everyone. So that's a very fair point, and I will share that in our feedback. There we go. Thank you for sharing that. I will pass that on. Hello from Denmark. Hello to Denmark. Okay. So I'm going to jump over to my Photoshop screen, which is actually Clip Studio. It's just called Photoshop in my streaming suite. All right, so what we're working on today is we're going to be working on a supply kit for the Lunar New Year, Year of the Tiger. And there are already kind of like 2 other kits that exist that have been drawn for this year. So I have to kind of create something in between those 2. We have kind of like the small and the jumbo. So what I'm working on today is going to kind of like fit between those. So I have to kind of figure that out. And I get to look at the reference of those, but I'm not going to share those just because I don't want to necessarily show it all. But let's see. So first one's kind of more like a wicker basket type thing. It's you know, something you could kind of like pick up in 1 or 2 hands pretty reasonably. The jumbo seems like it would require a forklift. So that is probably a good range between the 2. But what do I want to do design-wise? So it's going to have red candles and the Yangao cheese. Is that how you say it? I forget. But the Lunar New Year cheese. Obviously the golden shield. And probably want to have like maybe a tiger element to it, because that's kind of neat. You know, it's we're doing the kits. You know, we remake them usually each year. So I figure since we're remaking them this year, it's nice to have them decorated. So let's see, maybe what kind of vessel would be good for this? Like, it could be just to be thematic, having like a lantern that it's in. Um, your feedback from Feedback Friday meeting. Exactly that, yeah. No, I mean that's the purpose of these is to get direct feedback from the player base, from you people. A market stall. That's kind of a neat idea. Yeah. Hmm. I was thinking something like that could be quite nice. Um, Compared to the jumbo, I wonder if that would feel like they're almost too similar in size, though. That's the one kind of issue with like a stall, because a stall is like you can stand behind it. It could be absolutely heavy and loaded with stuff. Um, Mind you, the jumbo is like a big box of it. That said, I almost wonder if I could be like, nah, I'm making that one the medium, and I'll make the jumbo and make it even bigger. Um, but yeah, I think I'll try and get in between the two. Um, yeah, I mean, absolutely. I really do hope that helps. I hope we can kind of like update that. We've been using that same CAPTCHA for a very long time. I don't know if there will be any changes to it anytime soon. I would hazard a guess that um, it would be probably something we would work on when we're updating to 4.0. I suspect Dave's probably talked about it a bit at this point, but that's something that we're kind of developing. Is kind of like new infrastructure, and with that, a lot of really great updates that we've wanted for years. Because some of the things that are like a part of the systems are just so kind of like nested into the current mechanics that it's very hard to make nice little changes for quality of life and like improvements without changing many of the other systems. And so upgrading kind of like the systems to a new kind of, you know, um, just rebuilding a lot of it, to be honest, would allow us to kind of like really make that more doable. But yeah, I shared it. We'll see what people say. There will probably be a discussion around it. Um, and, you know, maybe there is just a way we could kind of swap that system for a different one. But yeah, if anything, I would suspect that that might be more kind of like when we get 4.0 rolled out, we would have a new version for that. Um, but yeah, I'd like to, you know, have more of a conversation with the developers about if there's kind of workarounds we could have for that. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah, street vendor cart would be neat. Um, hmm. Yangada, yeah. Um, Will new kits address scenario of non-spending rich players having access to Yangao when they buy multiple kits to only use the candles inside? There is, yeah, I don't know if I can like share what we're doing for this year. We've made some changes to kind of like the a little bit of the event. I think Dave talked about it last week. I hope, uh, but but yeah, I think that we're also kind of like addressing how those changes affect kind of like what players might want going into it. So you'll see. I think that people are going to be pretty happy with kind of like the tweaks we've done. Um, so I That's all I'll say on that. But yeah, so let's see. Maybe instead of like a cart stall, like an actual kind of like, with like a trellis or and like an actual kind of bench with a bunch of kind of product on it, which I think could be fun. Maybe it would be more like a display that we would be on, um, a stall or something like that, right? Because like we have kind of like almost like a little basket type thing, with like cheese and candles and stuff. And then we have kind of like a big kind of box just loaded with goodies. And it's so big there's like nice kind of trees kind of surrounding, and that's kind of like what the two designs are right now. So I'm thinking, to size it between those two, I almost want kind of like a maybe something like this, where it's kind of like a display shelf. You have like candles up here. Maybe a few on the side. And then like a tray of cheese. And then, some more cheese and maybe some candles kind of throughout it or something like that. Maybe a piece of cheese here. Because I feel like this does feel like it could be like a display on a stall, maybe. Maybe I'll put the golden shield here too. Also want to maybe put like a tiger element in it. So make this shield fit within that. Maybe I'll make this a bit deeper so I can fit the shield a little better. Also feels like it holds a bit more stuff. Yeah. Okay. Now I wonder if it should be like stair kind of shelf like that, or if having kind of like the side walls is good. Yeah, I could add like some tiger stripes to it. That could be good. Or actually, just what if it was like a tiger paw? Something like that. It doesn't quite fit just right there, but something like that could be nice. Yeah, tiger stripes, tiger on the side. That could be neat, but it's also going to be like a pretty small element. So I feel like not overdoing the detail. Plus the other design has kind of like a tiger's portrait on the side. So doing a full tiger would kind of make that feel, I don't know, smaller. So I'm thinking that like the first one doesn't have tiger element, but the wicker almost kind of gives it stripy feel. The last one has like a tiger portrait on the side. It's got like nice golden decorations all over. This one, if we did kind of like a paw, I feel like that's a nice progression for it. Either a paw or the stripes would be good. So that might work. Something like that, maybe. It doesn't just feel like a dog's paw. If I like point these more. Something like that. Maybe. Yeah, exactly. Stripes or paw would fit into the scaling of it. Stylized like a stamp. Yeah, that could be cool. Let's see. So would want to kind of skew this a bit to kind of fit in the perspective. So maybe something like that. I think I would lower the shield down a bit. Let's see. And then I lowered it too much. Bump that up again. Okay. But yeah, something like that might be okay. It definitely feels like it could be bigger than the basket, and then it doesn't feel like comparatively like the candles and the other one are like this big, right? So that's definitely going to feel like a better scale. Yeah. Could swap the replace the shield with the paw in front. So like putting the paw here and then maybe the shield on the side. I guess the one thing about it is if the shield's on one side, does it feel like it should be on the other? Not that it matters. People don't have the ability to look on the other side, I guess. Let's see. Thinking I like the stripes idea as well. Maybe have like just the print on this is kind of like tiger stripes going across it or something. Maybe there's a bit of a slope to the sides of this. Okay. So if I do this, give it a kind of catenary angle there, and then put a shelf here, right? Okay, and then on the shelf, there's like a bunch of red candles. And then there's another shelf above with even more red candles. But then the tray below, or the kind of like area below here, is like got tons of cheese in it. Even more candles in there too. Yeah, so the red candles would be about yay big. I feel like that could work. Yeah, it's not like bigger scale than the other one. It's definitely bigger scale than the smallest. So yeah, I think this fits nicely between the two. Which is perfect. Hello, Joni. Alright, alright, alright. On time today, welcome. Make glass having the stripe shades of light. Oh, okay. I didn't even think of that, but like, are you talking about there being kind of almost like a sliding glass portion here? Didn't even think of that. Could maybe do something like that, yeah. Could be neat. Although I do still want to make it feel like you're buying this like package, as opposed to this necessarily being uh, like, oh yeah, I'll slide this out of I'll open this up here, slide this over to the side, and then grab one candle. But yeah, it would look neat though. I like that. And actually, it makes me think of I don't know if you have like a bulk barn or anything, but there's like bins with these lids that you like lift up, and there's like a scoop on the side. That you like pull the scoop out and then kind of like grab whatever you want out of the bin and then close the lid again. Just kind of picturing that now. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna go with, yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about this design actually. We can always like make it extra fancy and pretty by doing cute little things like putting kind of like nice gold kind of bumpers on this. I have no idea what those are called, but like those kind of elbow patches, if you will, on luggage. I have no idea what are those called. I just make it sound worse and worse each time I try and describe them. But we use them a fair amount in our designs on like the treasure chests and stuff. I'm sure that there's a name for these. But it like protects the corners. They probably have some ridiculous name actually. Make the corners sharp teeth. Just kind of tiger mouth right here. Gar. Ah, appealing. Yes, I would like to reach in and grab some of this delicious looking cheese. Actually, one of my favorite treasure chests that I made has a mouth and teeth. The Slayer map, I believe. So that's kind of fun. Alright, alright. Yeah, just kind of like putting nice gold trim around it could look nice. Something like that. You know, gold. Because that's what I'm illustrating here, obviously. Okay. Some mandarins on the top. I guess no, it shouldn't be an issue. We've often decorated kits with things that aren't necessarily included, like tree branches and stuff. So like some nice mandarin would probably not be something people expect to get just because it's displayed on the image. Maybe. Like you probably don't open these expecting to get like a fancy train car, you know, or whatever container it's within. Let's see. Okay, should probably grab this candle here. It does in Photoshop. If you kind of like go over a selection multiple times, it actually takes like the, I don't know. Normally it would just make a bigger selection, but here it actually kind of like cuts in and out around itself, so it's kind of interesting. All right, so we have our kind of candle scale there, which I'm pretty happy with, and then I suppose I could bring in the actual red candle. That might be good. Let's see. Oh, I should also save this so that I'm not working on just the default template file. Just gotta get to the right folder. 2022. All right. Medium tiger kit. Okay. Tiger tooth, like a jewel. Paw print in jade. Ooh, that look pretty. I mean, I love to add detail is the thing. So ideas are good, and you know you can always like throw more ideas, and we'll just use what's appropriate. Because there is like two other done and completed illustrations, I am going to match it to those, right? If we were starting with this and we didn't have the other designs already established, I'd probably go ham and make the other artists' lives more difficult, because then they'd be like, oh, I gotta like make this one even more detailed than that. Okay, great. So you know, always happy to get more ideas, but yeah, I'll just kind of trim to what makes the most sense. And sweet, got a Larry link. Nice. I'm not sure how long I'll stream today. We'll see how quick this comes together. I only plan on working on this today, so it might come together quick. It might take a number of hours. We'll see. What is this going to be used for? This is going to be a kit that we sell for the Lunar New Year event. It's going to be the medium-sized supply kit. All right. And what was I doing? Oh yeah, I was looking for the red candle. Right. That's what I was doing. Okay. So I know how to find that. I did just have this file open like yesterday. You'd think I would know where it is. I have a nice little tool that can search my whole computer for like images. If I just give it name, it'll find any file with a similar name. All right, here we go. And you, here we go, red candle. So I'm actually just gonna select this whole thing, copy and paste, and we'll scale you down. Seems all right. Cool. Just kind of like figuring out where in the perspective to put it. All right, so we have that. I can close you. And oh, I should probably also get the cheese. That'd be a good idea. Reopen that. All right. Boom. Copy that as well. All right. This I'm going to scale down to be maybe a bit. I feel like that's probably decent scale for comparing the two. Yeah, it's a decent sized kind of box display. Now also with these kind of in their perspectives, it almost makes me want to kind of like pull up the angle a bit. Although these will all be just kind of like roughly painted in. Sometimes I just like copy and paste the item, modify it a bit. So, you know, like I'll have one of these at least be the original, and then I'll kind of like maybe copy it a few times around here and there, and then kind of freehand it elsewhere. But you can kind of see what I'm going for, I hope. Also, these might be best in their own folder, just so that if I do make 100 copies of each, it won't be overwhelming to organize. Okay. So I'll have like one piece of cheese out here. Sure. Okay. Just move this out of the way. I just have some reference up in my other window. It's kind of blocking some stuff for me. Okay. Nice. All right. Candle holders. Pao red envelope. We do have red envelopes. I was thinking of using kind of like similar design to the red envelope, like the actual kind of like box itself is red with kind of like gold detailing and trim around it. So that would probably look nice. Let's see. Let's see. All right, so if we drop this down to 30%, add a new layer, and then Sorry, just wanted to grab a swatch of color. I've done now. All right. So what I could do is let's see. I'm pretty sure that there is a selection tool that I haven't really tried that might work. Polyline. That would make sense. Okay. So if I do this, I'll actually have straight lines, which is weird. Can I do a curve? No. All right, and then fill that. That's a very vibrant red. And then let's try this again. So we have kind of the shading here. Actually, try that again. Deselect you. Okay. And fill that. Okay. All right, and then I want to get, I know that there's got to be a way to do this. I feel like there's a selection tool where I can kind of like create a smooth slope curve here. This is just going to draw a line, I think. Wait, how does this work? What am I doing? Oh, I see. Okay, right. Okay, okay. All right, well, what I'm going to try is using an erase brush, drawing it to here, and then pulling it in. Boom. That's kind of cool. It worked for what I needed it to do. Okay, and then I can fill this with the bright. We'll go back to using curve. Draw it from there to there. Pull it in here. There to there. I should have really done the shadow on a different layer. Oops. Yeah, there's going to need to be a little more contrast for sure with these candles being the way they are. What I'm thinking is I'll do this as another layer. Gold for kind of like the, let's see, top plate here. And then, actually, yeah, let's do this. Here with gold. That actually works pretty well, that curve trick. I like it. All right, then we actually have a straight line tool we could use for here. That's a bit thin, though. Boom, boom. 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 And then we'll kind of like appropriately shade all of this as well. And we can have like the paw be in gold. And I think that like we'd still have like the tiger stripes, but it'd be kind of like darker reds and stuff. Like almost like it's a wood grain on the box itself. That could look nice maybe. So while we're still using the straight line, do another line here for that shelf. Ooh, maybe slope that down just a bit more. Nice. Okay, so do we do the top of the shelf is also gold? Might make sense. It would also help kind of make things read better. It gets a bit narrow. I think maybe this needs to slope down instead. So there's kind of like this nice little gold box here, and then in here could have kind of the shadow. Well, actually, we'll just select this whole thing here. Right. And this can just darken. Hello? Brush. There we go. Not that we'll actually end up seeing any of this. I think it's just going to be filled with cheese and candles. So this just kind of gives us a little more depth while we're working on it, and it's empty, I think. There you go. Perhaps that feels a little more dimensional. I hope. I don't know if we'll put the caps on these corners. Let's turn off the sketch for a second. Yeah, I mean it's definitely kind of like getting some structure to it now. Not terrible. Thin that out back there. Thicken this just a bit here. Okay. I think that's a bit better. Okay. A pearly white paw. Ooh, that could look really pretty too. True dat. Okay. So, I think filling the bottom tray with cheese and then plopping candles around. Do we want to scale this up at all? I feel like it's not filling the space enough yet. So we could do that. Before we get too detailed, because once we actually start to detail and we try to like blow up an image, it's gonna make it kind of grainy. So better to do that before we actually get too detailed. Okay, I think that's better. Yeah, it fills the space much better. All right, nice. So what we can do is just kind of grab a base cheese color and just kind of like make a kind of tile of it. This almost might work better in between these two layers, because then I don't need to worry about overpainting here. Right? Just as the kind of like undercoat for it. And then we'll want to go on top. Maybe get some of the kind of like highlights of the the surface of it. Now, my light source is actually going to be coming in from the left side, so I should probably adjust these to match that. That would make more sense. Also, kind of feel like I really want to give the gold just a little more range. Kind of want to make that feel a little more 3D. Color dodge. We'll probably streak it this way. And then we'll come in with some dark notes. And just give that metallic kind of quality to it. Probably want more color in those. Okay, so it's got a little bit more metallic shine to it.
Hello?
Washes off at the vet today, getting checkup. He hasn't had one in a little while, so he's getting all his shots. Getting old, that boy. The other day, and he hasn't done this since he was a puppy, but he was like head full deep inside of the litter box, just having a buffet, as it were. Not seen him do that since he was very little. When he was caught, He was very guilty about it. Just choices, I guess. I don't know. Silly old man. Just logged in. What? Hello. Yeah. You know, dog stories. But I might have to hop out briefly to chat with Alex and the vet, just to make sure I'm caught up on anything. So if I have to dip, that's just so you know. Yeah, none of you have dogs and cats, and sometimes the dog will sneak some litter sprinkles. It's not great. Not great. I was kind of like resting on the couch thanks to being exhausted from getting my booster shot, and after getting in trouble, Wash decided to join me up on the couch, and you know, like good kind of like freshly changed litter, that nice kind of like um, clean smell. It's not so pleasant coming from his breath, you know. It's just not great. Probably missing some nutrients in his diet, perhaps. Perhaps we'll need to figure that one out. I can't imagine that what he got out of the litter box is really something he needs, but you know, like we have some pretty nice kibble that we make for, or well, we get for him, and then I make a mush for him to mix in with that. It's, some squash and ground beef, broccoli, peas, sweet potato sometimes. Just kind of cook that up for him, add that to his mix, because he is a very just pampered boy. But no, litter sprinkles. That's what he wanted. Sometimes you just get cravings, though, you know? Just not that. Anything but that. Chew on a shoe, sure. Although he's never really done that. Never been the destroying human property kind of dog. Take a stick into the backyard and he will annihilate the thing. Give him free reign on a chew toy and he will absolutely destroy it. Even the like fire hose grade like tough stuff kind of chew toys, he will bust that down in a matter of minutes. I don't think he has a single like stuffed animal that has not had the stuffing extracted, because once he breaches the surface he will try to eat the stuffing. Oh yeah, give me 1 minute everybody. I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. Sorry, I just had to answer a quick question for the vet. Okay. So I'm thinking let's do a quick layer here for the paw. And we could do it now to match the other ones. Like I like the gold, I like the pearly white. Those all seemed really cool. To match the other ones, they kind of mostly have just gold accents on things. So I think I will just go for that. Just so that it doesn't feel too different from the other ones. It's an accent brush. I just don't want this one to kind of like stand out in, not that, like, I don't want it to stand out. Obviously I want it to stand out. I don't want it to feel out of place with the set, right? So right now the other ones are kind of like golds and reds and like tones like that. And green would be quite contrasty, although nice, especially with like a jade green, very pretty with all this. Scooch that around wherever it would look best. Like right there. Yeah. Yeah, good, good. Your booster if you can. Busy with exams, that's tough, because, I mean, I know that I was, at least me and other people I've talked to were kind of like, oh, 2 days of not feeling too on top of things, you know, a little exhausted. Had to rest the first day quite a bit. So, yeah, tough time if you're super busy with studies and exams, but it's important. And if you're in Canada, very helpful resource I found was, if you use Discord, there's a Vaccine Hunters Canada um, Discord server, and on that there's a channel that's like a bot that you message, and you just kind of like give it part of your area code and like what vaccine number you're on, so 3 for booster, and it'll message you directly with like a link to where you can kind of like sign up, and like it'd be for like a pharmacy where they have like appointments that you select, so it could be like a few days from now. That's what Alex and I did, and it was very handy, because otherwise it can be a little kind of like, where do I go? Do I go to like one of the big kind of like, you know, arenas where you just kind of wait in line for a while? That's how I've gotten my other ones. But being able to just have an appointment and get that done with and not have to like stand in line, pretty nice. So if you're Canadian, I'm not sure if it's for all the provinces, but Ontario, I believe, it can do that for you. So quite nice, quite handy. Highly recommended. Okay, so throw the shield on here, could throw candles down in the shelf below. And I'm going to put the candles that I am kind of placing in the shelf here in their own folder. Because what I can do is I can put a clipping mask on the folder itself. And that will allow me to kind of like crop out these wicks that are going to be kind of covered up. Also, I'm going to flip you horizontally. No. There's the button, that one. Lighting's a bit messed up because of it. It's okay. Make it work. Cool. All right. So let me show what I was saying about the clipping mask. So here I am on the folder that contains these 3. I can now apply a create layer mask, and using my eraser, or alpha, transparent brush. I don't know. I can just erase this away, but it's completely non-destructive, so I can kind of paint back in where I want this to not get cropped out, right? And then that also means that because I've created a mask for this, I can move these around individually, right? And they'll kind of work with the mask that I've set up there. So I can adjust these very easily is the thing. Now, the candles further back, I do want to kind of shrink those just a little bit. And you are going to be kind of in the shadows here, so I'm just going to do that to make it a little more convincing that it's kind of tucked away. So the I mean, I could probably do a clipping layer for shadows. Do like a light purple. Make this a normal folder. So I can just kind of like maybe a bit darker. Kind of throw some shadows over all the candles when they get tossed in there. That'll just kind of like put it together a bit. Hello, Roxanne. Okay, and then another thing that could be nice, but we're not at that level of detail necessarily, but it's kind of nice, is first of all, I'm going to take a selection of the bounding box of the actual crate, and then I'm going to unclip this, and then I'm going to delete everything outside of that selection. So originally this was clipped to this layer down here, the gold trim clipped to that layer, but I want to create a clipping mask on this gold itself, so I just kind of separated those out. Now I can create a clipping mask for that. Deselect this, and what I want to do is take the gold but shift it to red, and then this will be more of a finishing detail to do, but put like a reflection of the candle on the gold itself. And then because this is beveled over here, it kind of wrap and stuff, but I won't worry about that yet. Again, just kind of putting that there so I have the idea to do it later. Right. Because basically, polished metal, depends on what metal it is, but it kind of, you know, a nice polished surface will reflect, but metals kind of absorb certain wavelengths, and that's why they have the color that they do. They reflect kind of like a range of the spectrum, and gold happens to be very warm in what it reflects out, so it'll kind of absorb everything but the kind of the golden colors, the oranges and reds and even a little bit of green. But all the rest it consumes. Okay. Do like a little reflection here, but it's also on a bevel, so it's actually like a very, very narrow strip that it would reflect there. Is wrapped in a column of mirror. Alright. Okay, cool. So I think we could get the golden shield, and just kind of grab perhaps that gold. Sure. And using an accent brush, so I'll use my smoothing accent brush to create more gentle slopes. I feel like that might need to drop a bit. I don't know why, but I always kind of have like a little bit of a back and forth when I'm kind of creating these wings on a slope. Like in perspective, just kind of have to like fiddle with it until it looks okay. Okay. That's maybe not so bad. Wash is going to get inside and he's going to be so full of energy. Or maybe he'll be really lethargic from getting his booster shots. Also, it's going to be a very expensive vet visit. Pets. Okay. Yeah, so this doesn't quite feel right yet. I need to kind of carve into this a bit more, take it down a little bit. And then since we're in perspective, there should be, you know, a line where these wings kind of match with this kind of up here, right? So the right side needs to dip in just a bit. Oops, should be an eraser. Then kind of feel like that went a bit too far to one side. Also, I wanted it to be the smoothing brush. So yeah, that needs to come over to the right. And it's not just like a flat cutout either. Like there's a bit of dimension to the shield here. So I need to also kind of like figure that into the shape. You know, in the middle it kind of bulges out a bit more than at the edges. It's a bit convex. So that's feeling like it still needs to come down a bit on the right. Okay, another way to test this is just flipping the whole image, and now I'm kind of seeing that like that needs to come in a bit more. The bottom feels like it's not over enough, right? Like this is how it always goes for the shield for me. It's just kind of a lot of like finicking. Just like, it doesn't feel right. I should really just have like a 3D render that I can kind of rotate and just like, boom, that's it. Done. It's nice and consistent. But no, I'm not that person, apparently. Even though I feel like I definitely could be someone who does that. You know, figures out useful tricks to make the job easier and more effective and better. Now I'm like, is it dipping down enough? The wings kind of feel a bit high, maybe, at least compared to the middle stem. I mean, it's close. Maybe not perfect, though. Okay, now I want to bump that up because it doesn't feel as balanced. Scooch that over because it's kind of inset in this, right? And then we'll do another layer on top. This one's clipped to it. Grab kind of like something like that. thing a bit. Something like that. Okay. That's all right. Let's give it a flip. Yeah, that needs to come further out, or the actual kind of like outer edge is too far out, because by adding some kind of like dimension to it, suddenly I'm seeing it more in 3D now. So now I'm like, oh, that's out too far. So now I want to pull this in a bit. This is the shield battle. It happens every kit. Every kit. Then I'll like push this back, because it's, you know, like the actual border of it is kind of like more flat, whereas the inside portion kind of like comes out a bit. So it kind of overlaps visually, so we see a thinner kind of band here. But at the same time, the angles of things, I feel like this would be thinner than this angle, because we'd be kind of seeing down into it. Suppose we could zoom in and have a little more control. That would be useful, I suppose. Okay. All right, so now let's give it another quick flip. Yeah. All right, I'll fix this a bit still. I feel like this needs to come down just a hair. And that also means that this needs to come down. Right? Can get very fiddly, and I can lose a lot of time trying to perfect some things like this. And this is the points where I need to remind myself that you know, don't let perfect get in the way of good enough. And right now I'm feeling pretty okay about that. Like, I feel like that is good enough. So I'm content with moving to the next step. This, he says as he continues to fuss over the details. One day I'll actually convince myself about these things. Okay, now flip it back. If I don't immediately feel like crying, then I'm good, but I'm not good yet. I immediately feel like crying. But I just... Did I pull that in too far is the question. I might have. We're doomed, everyone. Doomed to be stuck trimming a golden shield to perfection. Okay. That wing is a bit high. But is it? Yes. Okay. Still too high. Too low. Just right. Okay. We're leaving it. We're keeping it. We're moving on. All right, so now we're going to do color dodge and try and hit the high points or the areas that would be reflecting our light source. Okay. All right. Well, I think that that's acceptable. Not my best gold, but it has a bit of a polish to it. I might tweak that, but I don't want to waste any more time. I am kind of doing this live, so, you know, should probably try and not make it too boring to watch. Probably. That said, I'm going to try and, you know, announcing this now. At the very end of the stream, I should be able to replay the whole thing. So if you are watching this just kind of as a VOD, you could probably skip to the last 5 minutes and watch a time lapse of it all come together real quick. You know, not that I'm trying to be like, run away, you don't need to be here. Don't hang out, don't keep me company, because I appreciate you. I like when people hang out and, you know, share your ideas and just chat about stuff. Always down for that. But yeah, I know people are busy. I know these are slow and take a long time, so do not feel bad if you need to just catch the final bits. That said, we'll be going on lunch at 1 o'clock, so half an hour. And I'll be sharing a Larry link at the end of that once I'm back from lunch. So definitely want to stick around and grab that. Also, sorry if I'm not engaging with the chat too much. Tiger on each side of the shield. Again, I love the idea. If the other kits had that cool a detail, I would be like, yes. But those are complete. I don't want to make the artists have to do more work on those because they look lovely. Here comes the excited boy. Hush. Hush, come show off your beautiful sweater. Hello, excited boy. How was the vet? Was it terrible? Did you hate it very much? He hated it very much. Hello, sir. Yes. What a lovely sweater you have. Okay, he's going to drink water. Thirsty boy. Very thirsty boy. There we go. Hey, watch. Come here. Give me that sweater. Give me that. Give me that. Give me Go see Alex.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, I do enjoy the small detail bits. They're my favorite. I can't help myself. All right. It's what I find interesting in art that I create. You know, it's just like figuring out all those light interactions and details, and it's fun. I find it satisfying to create all that. All right, so I want to probably next kind of resolve the cheese in there. So I'm going to jump to, what layer would that be? All the way up here. Yes. Because I want some of these kind of wrappers to kind of like come out over top here. So having it be up on this layer makes sense. And we can just do this all as one flat color here and then come in and adjust it after. He was a good boy. Oh, I meant to do this on a different layer. Oops. Is there a... There's probably a selection I can do to just grab this color. That'd be nice. Magic wand. And where are the options to... Boom. There we go. All right, so if I cut this out, close enough. Do this on a different layer, go behind that. Good. All right, we're good now. Well, it might be better to be above. So I can do that. And we'll also toss some candles into this mix somewhere. But I just want to kind of give an impression that it's nice and full of this cheese. Wrappers kind of giving a sense of them being separated a little bit so they're not just a big mushy pile of cheese. Probably a good thing. You know, like at scale, it kind of, you know, it's just implied. You don't need to like go into ridiculous detail. But with a little bit of kind of shading applied here and there, it should give it nice dimension, give a little bit more kind of touch-ups for the surfaces of the cheese, at least where the light is kind of hitting them. Back here, I'm not too worried about getting a lot of detail. It's kind of like I want it to feel like it slopes back. It just keeps going. There's just more and more back there. Not bad. All right. Yeah, just really obviously kind of breaking that edge there. This overlapping. Same with right here. You don't want to kind of like make these overlaps too subtle because then it can look like an accident. Whereas if you really make it look intentional, then it's going to be obvious that it's supposed to be doing that. So those are now more obviously breaking that kind of surface. Nice. Cool. Okay. Feels all right. Also, now I'm looking at this, I'm going to flip you to face the light. I don't know what that is, but it looks like a suspicious attempt at a link. So I'm just gonna remove that. I don't know if this is something I'm missing, because it's kind of like a lot of the same thing repeated, but like slightly different by different people. Kind of feels like it's bots. All right. Huh. Can I sing? Absolutely not. Although my mom says I have the voice of an angel. With the goatee. All right, let's see. Now, anything else that's kind of critical to resolve at this moment? Thinking we're getting to the point where we get to just start rendering and detailing stuff, so that's pretty nice. That's the shading there. I think we could try and kind of like figure out the stripes on the box. Just a few lines. No, absolutely not. Refused. Sorry. I don't need to make you all suffer that much. So do we try and make it kind of like a wood grain, but still resembling tiger stripes? I think we try. Oh yeah, definitely we're gonna put more candles all over this thing. Right now it looks like it has like, wow, like 6 candles. Whoa, it's gonna have more than that, for sure. Definitely. Definitely more candles. I just kind of needed to throw those in to kind of get an idea of their scale. But yeah, we're gonna throw a lot more on the pile. So, I can take that and then perhaps take a textured brush and just kind of chew away at that a bit. Right? Kind of make it a little more subtle. And then I think I still want to do that on this side too. I don't know, do these feel like tiger stripes but also wood grain at the same time? Hope they do. Okay, and do the same thing. Just kind of mild texture erase away. And by erase away, I mean properly erase away. Here we go. Sweet. Yeah. All right. I think that's okay. We'll go a bit. Darker in the shadows there. It's just kind of like a bit of a kind of purple glow. There we go. All right, nice. Now, time to throw some more candles at this thing, I think. Then we'll kind of tune up the cheese a bit. Actually, I might do that real quick first. Not critical yet, but just kind of feel like I know how to do that right now. Okay. And then we'll just kind of soften one side of that. Get a little bit more of a kind of highlight, a little more specular kind of reflection on it. Oops, thinking for a second. Nice. All right, cool. Now, more candles. So, do we just kind of copy and paste a bunch of candles, or do we try and generate some new ones? A bit more saturated. around here. I mean, I should probably just be like copying and pasting the candle around and then just like adjust the gold foil on it. That would probably be the smarter way to do this. It would be a bit wider. That's too detailed. It'll be missed when shrunk. I mean, yes, it absolutely will. It's one of the joys of watching this live is you get to witness all the stuff that just gets wasted. All that effort. Gone. Yeah, about a scratch. Yeah, I mean, it would literally be impossible to see, I think, if I put scratch marks across the candle. I agree. Doesn't mean I won't do it, though. All right. Let's see. I think I could duplicate a few more of these. This will be skilled up. Okay. So I'll have to adjust the clipping mask a little bit here. And then also this shading here. Okay. So these candles have this like shadow under them, which I do not need right now. Probably should have gotten rid of that before I duplicated it everywhere. It's all good. Mainly for this one that's like overhanging a bit. Not as noticeable on the other ends. Okay. So what I'd like to do is adapt a couple of these to be able to like give them different angles. So this can be my new candle that I duplicate. So I should probably try and clean it up as much as I need it. Okay, so we have a base candle in it now, and we will copy you over here just to have you for grabbing later. And now I can do this. And I don't need to do this to too many of them, to be honest. Just enough to kind of like break up the idea that they're all the exact same orientation, right? If I can do it enough to get rid of that sense, then we're good. And it's not perfect, but it's okay. There's probably also another like quicker trick to do this as well. Did I forget the glass idea? I kind of thought about it, but I guess the one thing about it is it makes it feel more like like you slide it to the side and pull it out, as opposed to like take this whole container home with you. At least that's kind of like when I think about it, like that's what the impression I'm left with is. Just like I would kind of like it does feel like it would be in a shop, which is kind of cool. I don't know. I mean, we can try it. Let's try it. No harm in trying. Okay, so we'll move you back here. Move you back here. And then, above all that, we shall do a... Let's try this poly line again. Take it down a bit further, I think. Oh, that's cool. You can pick up points and move them. I like that. Do that. Fill it. And drop that down. Okay. And then I'm going to duplicate this. We'll make it like 8% at its base. We'll raise this up, and we'll take our eraser here. Ooh, actually, let's make that bright, but we're going to use clipping mask to erase it. So then do this. few strippy light stripes. Tiger face on the candle. I mean, that'd look cool, but number one, detail that would be lost. Number two, that's not what the candles have on them currently. So, as cool as it would be, it'd look really nice. I like it. Don't think we're gonna do that. And now technically there should be like 2 panes of glass. So something like that kind of works. But yeah, I'm not sure if I want there to be like a glass barrier. What do we think? Do we like it with the glass? Or do we want it to kind of just be like this open stall thing? Looking at the other ones, I kind of want to not have the glass. I feel like it's, I don't know, just like maybe a little more kind of old school feeling without it. I think that is kind of a nice element for it. So I'm going to scooch these back to where they were. Plus I like this being kind of like overhanging a little bit. It just kind of feels more full potentially. So, I mean, it's a cool idea. I'm glad I explored it. Thank you for the idea. Yeah, I think I like it open too. What is this? This artifact. Who do you belong to? Goodbye. Alright. Okay. We're coming up on lunch, but we're so close to finishing it, I think. I mean, I still want to throw candles in the cheese. And you know me, I could just keep fiddling away. So yeah, we'll keep at this after lunch. Okay, so do I just get rid of these and instead duplicate this? Probably that, yeah. Yep. Take you down a bit. Technically, it's probably best if I put that actually on a layer behind it all, but there'd be like one candle off on a layer behind everything else. It just sounds like a headache to deal with. Okay. Now, Candles maybe should go above the cheese, just so that I can do this. Give this a flip here. Also, I don't want all the wicks going exactly the same way, so I'll deal with that in a different way in a bit. Okay, and then we can clip and mask this. And that kind of works. Maybe shrink it down a bit. Okay. Let's do another one here. And one more further back. That's going to be in shadow quite a bit. Here's my lunch alarm. All right, well, I think we're in a decent place to kind of step away for lunch and then come back and have some fun finalizing all the details and just kind of adding all the bells and whistles, really. Still a lot of details to get to on this. So yeah, should still be pretty interesting. It'll be a bit slow, you know, probably quieter. But yeah, hope you guys have liked it so far. I'm going to go on lunch now. I'll put up a timer so you know exactly when I'm back. And I'll have a Larry link for you then. We'll get cracking on this, do all the fine little details, you know, stuff that will never see the light of day in game, because that's how we operate. But yeah, so far, pretty good. I'm going to hide this candle here. Nope. This candle down here. I'm going to put you outside of this. Hide you. Because looking at the kind of just the composition, that's the word I was looking for. The composition of this, just kind of like seeing what that negative space is doing, and kind of thinking about maybe shifting things to balance it properly, but we'll see. Shadows kind of casting on the ground, reflections, stuff like that can actually help balance it all out. But yeah, we'll see where we get to when I return. But until then, have a good break. I'll see you in an hour. All right. Ta-ta for, where's the button? For now. All right.
Hello. Okay, I've switched to headset mode now because Alex is also streaming. And now I'm gonna put on some tunes while I render. So, yeah, I'm probably just gonna just art zone. I don't know if I'll be chatting too much, but feel free to talk in chat. I will try to respond when I notice it. And I'm also going to share a Larry link. I did. I did. I enjoyed a nice whole wheat bagel, had a latte, and watched a master carpenter sharpen some spoke shaves. I have an interesting YouTube kind of just hole that I fall down all the time. Let's see, where is the Larry link? I think I copied it already, actually. Yes, Larry link in the chat. Yeah, it jumps between like science videos and like coding stuff and various different crafting things. But yeah, I've been doing the woodworking. I'm actually building a drill press vise, even though I don't have a drill press. I don't actually have a vise, and I'm actually enjoying hand making all my tools. So I've needed some work holding for a while, so I figured a vise is something that I could use. Um, and that's basically done. I just need to make a handle for it now, because it's kind of painful twisting the threads on a bolt to seize up a vise. But yeah, good times. All right. And I recently made some a staircase for Wash, but it's like a bit too tall, so I gotta modify those. They're like for him to get up into Alex's bed, but like it goes too high, and so just kind of something to smash your legs into, which is not ideal. Let's see. All right. Definitely a lot of kind of like discussion in the work chat, but I'll have to catch up on that later. All right. Music. Go. Not that you'll be able to hear this. So feel free to turn on your own tunes or whatever. I might actually like mute my mic until I have things to say if I can remember the hotkeys. Hmm. I don't remember the hotkeys. Alt C and Alt X. Okay. Oh, I see. That's just for the webcam audio. Let's try. Nope, still not. Hmm. Oh, wait. I see what's going on. It's putting the hotkey on the wrong thing. Whoops. Haha. I figured it out. Happy to share. Yeah. Well, feel free to pass the Larry link around. Always like passing those out, but I enjoy having it be a bit of an incentive to stick around for the rest of the show, even though it's a lot quieter and slower. A chef, a tailor, a mechanic, machinist, cobbler, hacker, cosmonaut, and a carpenter. That's fantastic. I feel like we have similar journeys because those are all very familiar. I haven't tried a cobbler. I was thinking of making shoes for my dog though, so maybe that would count. Soothing. That's good. I love that your dogs tune in to hang out with me. That's nice. 2:30, 3:20 a.m. Snowyuki. I appreciate the company, but sleep is important. All right, let's see. So much bot spam today. Leave feedback Friday on and drift softly to sleep. I'm sorry I don't have very many dulcet tones to share after lunch. I don't know what to even ramble about now. Uh, Plus, since Alex is streaming, I'm just kind of find it easier to just stay muted and listen to tunes, I guess. Plus, since I'm on headset now, I'm just like, are they just gonna be listening to me like breathing into the microphone? I feel like that's probably not ideal. It's like while I'm unmuted, I'm like kind of like holding my breath a bit. Not really just like consciously breathing gently. Oh, the year the dog supply kits were so good. I love that like it's just like a big bag of dog food. That was very fun. That was a good one. I don't know if we can top that one to be honest. All right. Well, I think we're getting closer. I do have another thing I need to wrap up today, but I'm going to be doing that off stream, so I don't want to run too late. I feel like I could do some cast shadows from the candles like onto the box, and of course the cast shadow on the ground. Little more resolution on the cheese, um, and then like more cast shadows on the candles as well would be good. Maybe wiggle the wicks around a bit so they're not all totally uniform up there. Your dogs agree. I love it. Well, thank you. Hello, Lauren. Lauren said she popped over to take a look at where it's at. Catnip in the background for the tiger. Yes. Maybe the wrappers are made of catnip. Do tigers go for catnip the same way? There we go. Turn my music down a bit so I can think and speak. All right. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna do the shadows now. So I feel like we're getting to the point where we have enough candles to kind of like feel like there's candles throughout. I might tuck another one in the cheese somewhere. They do not. Interesting. Huh. I wonder like what causes kind of I don't know. Is it like domestication of house cats? Are they just wired wild durian? Really? The wheat? Or wait, no, durian is like a fruit, isn't it? I was thinking Durham wheat. Durian. Is that like smelly fruit? I'm trying to remember what durian is. Durian. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It feels like that fruit, like it would require a tiger to get into that. All right, young tigers had violent, strong reactions to catnip. What? No response at all. Huh. Oh, a candle on its side. Ah, I like that. Yeah, just a chomp taken right out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Durian, the fruit that smells like dead bodies. I've never had it before. I've been curious to try it actually. I've heard it's not the most pleasant smelling, but probably tasty. Durian fruit, it smells so rotten, it tastes so sweet. I mean, to be fair, I love fermented foods. Not saying that that's what it is, but like, if it smells off, but it tastes good. Eh. So the young tigers went crazy for catnip, and then like dogs that are domesticated are like the equivalent to permanent puppies, right? Like, I wonder if domesticated cats are kind of like still kind of kitten-ish. Is it something to do with their age? Do they like mature out of it? I mean, that's fair. Some people can't stand it. Some jump for him. I mean, that's fair. There's like certain foods that are like you're in one camp or the other, and it's like pretty strong. But yeah, I feel like the more extreme it is, the more I would be someone who is like, I love it. So I tend to be the person that likes all the stuff people hate, except for like black licorice. I don't know. That one doesn't do it for me. All right, shadows. That's what we were talking about. Okay, so I hid the one in the corner just so I have a little more perspective on the composition. And now we're gonna do a cast shadow for the base. Um, so grab maybe a cool color. Pow. And we're just gonna start by like blocking it in too dark. So we can always pull it back. Just kind of trying to get an idea of if this angle feels right. Seems okay. So I'll drop it down. 30% is usually kind of like a good starting point. And then I like to come in with like a gentle eraser and just kind of fade it away where it's like out in the open more. And the closer it is to the actual surface, I kind of let it remain. It's just kind of like the ambient atmospheric light is just kind of filling in these shadows. And then I'll come in with a different layer and add some occluded shadows here. Just kind of deepening them right in the corners where there's a lot of overlap. And then Just a little bit under the front here.
Shaggles, an icon. Yes, yes.
I need to figure out how to like stream with music.
Uh-oh.
Okay. So there's a little bit more of a shadow presence. I think what I want to do is make sure the edge
Yes.
doesn't have any actual kind of like shadow touching it, so that when it's kind of like set on a background, it doesn't have this weird cropped shadow. So I like to kind of trim a little off the edge just so I can see when that's happening, and then just kind of come in with a
I'm American. I don't say
gentle
bastard with a
eraser
French accent.
and just pull it back until it looks blended enough. And I mean,
You know,
like the
Haru?
shadow is pretty non-existent at points.
Haru's outnumbered.
Uh,
The
the
Canadian.
interesting thing is my monitor down here, I literally can't even see the shadow at all where I'm erasing, but I can see on my my other monitor there is still an edge. So I need to tweak it so that I can't see it on this one. And that's looking better. And I can just use a little blending brush I have to just catch any of the last bits. All right, cool. I think that's about it there. Drop shadow's good. Now I'm going to tweak the candles a bit. So this is a multiply layer. What I'm thinking is I can maybe lighten up. This is probably a really bad idea. Just like, oh, if we have a highlight on this side,
Oh.
this is not worth the effort. And yet.
Haru's BRB screen
All
is
right.
very, very good.
Okay, I do want something casting a shadow onto the box. I feel like that would look really nice. So I'm actually going to duplicate this candle up here, bring you down, and bump it right up against the box here. Plus, because these are different angles, that'll kind of look nice. And then I can do this. Honestly, don't get to see too much of it.
Did you do it? Did you solve all issues? Nicely cat boy.
Yeah, it's fine.
Perceive. in the sticker club. So maybe I'm thinking people who are in the sticker club get just a discount code for stickers on my store. That way if they like wanted like, cause like I like to do like holograms and sparkles and stuff for stickers that I order. And I can't do that for ones that are in the sticker club because I need to like, you know, it's not very expensive to join the sticker club. No, airspace. Also, I'm Canadian, so like ordering stickers is a little bit more expensive for me. Holograms, sparkly. I use Sticker app. Yeah. Is there? Do they do like all the different like holograms and sparkles and stuff? Send me a link. Send me a link. Ooh, that would be actually good because I got hit with customs for the first time since I've been ordering stickers, and I was like, ugh.
Select all, invert selection, feather selection, delete. That's a good idea for kind of just having a gradient vignette at the edge. It's not a bad idea at all.
That's what that noise was.
Perhaps I shall do that next time. I just like tend to do everything manually, I guess. Not the easy way
Yeah.
is my way. Why? Who knows with this guy?
Because if it's cheaper, I can start actually doing nice stickers for Sticker Club. Because I have some new stickers that are going to be up on the store that are like, I'm really excited about. I did a brand one that has like a very sparkly background that's very nice.
Alright. Feeling like that's pretty alright. I might get some reflections on the ground just to make it fancier looking. I want to adjust the cheese as well. Still kind of missing some detail. Mainly just shadows.
I forgot to set up my wash cam. He's having a bad time because he went to the vet this morning. And like the way vets have been working is that like you can't go in with your pet. You just drop them off at the door, and he has really bad separation anxiety, so he hates it. Hates it. Yep, that's wash. He's also, because he's an old man now, he had his old man blood work, and where they took the blood, he's like limping. He's like, ugh, I'm so pathetic. Pity me. It's true. Dog angst. It's true. This pork was
Alright. Well, let's see. I'm gonna mess around with some of the wicks. Mess with some of the shadows on the candles back here probably would be a good idea. Let's do that before I forget again. I mean, like it's all in how you kind of figure out how to use a tool, right? So, like, if I learned how to kind of like use, you know, select all, invert, etc., that is exactly how I would continue to do it. But in general,
Gunk.
I've done a lot of things just kind of the manual way, and that's just kind of the chops,
Yep.
as you would call it, I've developed. So yeah, it's totally fair. There are some techniques that I have that are more kind of like utilizing uh, like a set of actions.
Oh, we can do a wash check. He turned
Oh
around.
my goodness. Yeah, that is absolutely like insane what they can accomplish. Like an artist that can do that. Um, honestly, like uh, I am somewhere on the spectrum. You know, it's actually something I've been interested in kind of looking into. My brother got kind of like diagnosed with it, and there are things that would make sense for me. So, yeah, there's all kinds of ways it can manifest, right? What? One time, and then drew the whole city in on a 13-foot canvas. That's actually like I don't even understand how that's like possible for someone to like store information like that in their brain. Amazing. Yeah, I do not have any kind of memory at all. I lack it.
The first.
I actually can't really picture stuff in my head too easily. It's often why I'll kind of like scribble to like figure out what I'm drawing. I can't just like picture it in my head. All right, let's see. All right, messing with the wicks. So Clip Studio added a new tool, the Liquify tool. I wonder if this works on folders. Does not look like it, which is fair. Not bad. It doesn't take much to like make something that's been stamped and cloned feel different enough, right?
2000 what?
Gotta
Okay.
adjust just
I
a few of them,
graduated from high school.
and suddenly they all kind of feel unique. That one's a bit harder to adjust because I have a shadow over it.
make her feel old when she's in the call with me. That's true. Haru's a baby.
Boom.
The babyest.
Okay. Let's see. Anything I'm missing? Let's give it a flip. Haven't done that in a while. Also a save. I have saved a few times, so better than usual. Also, I need more shadows in here. Oh yeah, one on its side.
Around Monday, and so was my
That's a good
roommate.
idea.
And he's
Forgot
a
about that.
year younger than me. And he turns to me because he can never remember how old he is. And he's like, "How old am I? 27?" And I was like, "Excuse me, 20?" A mystery. That's weird because usually, like, when something like blocks the ads, it just doesn't do the ad time. Everyone is busy. Every single one of you. Oh no.
Oh yeah, I guess there is a bit of pixelation from when I blew it up initially, huh? It's not going to be an issue. I mean, it's viewed at like this size, right? Maybe that size. I suppose I can see it a bit there.
I'm one of the oldest people at my workplace. Well, I'm not one of the oldest people in this chat, I tell you that much.
There. Got that one.
Azu, were you in Party Finder again? Azu is purposely doing Party Finder when I'm unavailable. It's very rude of him. This is an Azu call at least.
There. Ooh, that didn't work so good. Better.
Man. Aaronville seems like the kind of character that you expect to be a tsundere, but he's not. He's actually very nice. He's just very monotone. Yeah. Me too, me too. I was gonna use, you know, that template that people have where it's like draw 6 characters in your style. I was gonna use that kind of thing to do like a portrait bunch. Button maker. Ooh. Mm-hmm. It's fine. This made me think of we were doing like ASMR joke reading. We were doing the second EX, and then Opti's sister D started doing like this Southern Belle that was like super Christian as a character, and it was just the funniest fucking thing. It killed me. So funny. I will send you a video of it, Joyce, immediately. It's so funny. It was definitely the opposite of ASMR.
All right.
Oh no.
Then I'm going to do a little bit of just kind of like a reflected glow.
Some people have common anxiety attacks. My panic attacks are very, very common. You okay, Procreate? Procreate froze. Please procreate.
All right. Then
I have an aggressively emotive voice, so I'm just like,
just erase that.
procreate, Lou.
Okay. And now
Can't even pinch anything. Look, my fill circle's still there. Eh.
gonna try the
Not anything.
that like select all invert feather idea. See if this works. So saving. A MouseHunt trading card game. All right, let's see.
Hello, Procreate. Still.
Ooh, collector cards. Technically, do I have them here? There are technically MouseHunt collector cards, sort of, not exactly. And I think they were only in Singapore. But there is. Oh,
And all the articles are from 2018.
I have a phone call. I'll BRB. I did not order a shuttle bus. No, wrong number. All right. So, what was that? Select all, already selected. Invert. Can't invert it. Interesting. Now, this is Clip Studio, so it's a bit different. Okay, now I can. All right, now, selection. How do I feather this? This is Wash speaking. Hmm.
I have empty, well,
I wonder.
I backed up a lot of my iPad files, but there are a lot of new files.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to feather a selection in Clip Studio.
Opti's not here, so she can't yell at me about it.
Leafy called me. Hmm. Oh, right, about the cards. So there was a like one of the payment options in Singapore um, is like a card you can buy inside a shop, and basically you could like get a almost like a subscription card kind of thing. You know, it's like MouseHunt money kind of card, and you'd buy for like $5 or whatever. And then you like enter the code in the game, and it'd give you super free, or you could use it in the shops and stuff. So they were physical cards you could buy, like trade like gift cards for something you could buy someone as a gift. You know, here's a MouseHunt card. I forget the name of the company that it was, but basically, I shared a bunch of like old MouseHunt art. It was new at the time, so we had the pirate mouse, the bionic, and like quite a few other. There were quite a few of them that we made. But yeah, it was like different characters printed up on these like physical kind of uh, you know cards that you could scratch off, get a pin number, and use that. So they exist. Good luck getting any though. But yeah, and they're all like really old art that were not designed to be printed up. So like the card itself is like nice. It's got like text and like icons and like it's designed because they run these for like a bunch of different products and games and whatever apps, right? So there's a whole bunch of different ones, and then they like had a run where there's just like these MouseHunt characters that were like really low res, just kind of slapped on top, and so it's like really, it just doesn't look very good. But it's also older art, so the designs aren't very good, and the colors and stuff like that. So it's just kind of interesting to see those. I actually have like a full set of them somewhere. I think they're in my room. But yeah, so those exist. Not the kind of trading cards I would want to put out now, though. Yeah. Oh no, no cryptocurrency, no. Yeah, I know there was someone who was like working on a Mouse Hunt card game idea, and like got my permission to just like print up, some cards to like test it out and just kind of like try some stuff out. I never really saw much with it though. I never got to play it, but I thought that was kind of cool. A newer set would be nice, yeah. An actual kind of like designed set of like actual playing cards would be really cool. I think there's companies where you can do that. You can just like submit like, you know, 52 designs and get them all printed in the set. That'd be neat. All right. If anyone knows that, let me know. Not that I've been able to kind of like push for merch, but it'd be cool. We're not so good at doing the merchandising.
It is fine as a color.
Okay, now I'm just gonna lift this whole thing up a bit, see if it works. Huh, huh. Yeah, alright. I don't see any herd edge at the bottom, at least on my drawing screen. Maybe I'll just feather that just a hair.
Can't believe you've
Cool.
colored Aaronville's
All right.
khakis the wrong color.
Ha 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 ha. What do we think? We got it? I feel like it's pretty good.
I took screenshots of them while
Like,
I was playing
comparing it, I have it on the other screen in the bottom right corner, so I've moved it down there to look at it that way. Yeah, I would say it fits. It feels bigger than the mini one. Doesn't feel like it's as big as the jumbo. So yeah, I'd say that it has accomplished its requirements. Noise. All right. I feel like the cheese is like, maybe. Okay. I think all it needs is just a little bit of sharper detail on just a few of them, and suddenly it feels like there's more like actual resolution across them. Pow. Again, like, I could fuss around with this for days if I wanted, right? Like, that's a thing that I could always do. I just keep pushing and pulling until it's absolutely perfect and keep going from there. But I got more stuff to do, so I probably shouldn't. But that said, some things stand out where it's like, nah, I really do. I do want to catch that. At least for this candle being like just out in the open the most, I just wanted to make that in the light a bit. I mean, to me, it's like, if people just want to like collect them, that's cool too. But you know, I can respect that people are like, it's too nice to open. The interesting thing would be if it's like too nice to buy, because then it's like, no, but I don't. If I own it, then I won't open it, so I shouldn't get it. I don't know. You can all do what you want with these.
Joey, that's not what I expected. I was ready for like a beautiful screenshot, cinematic, and it was just that.
I think that I should probably wrap it, because I got another thing I want to wrap up today, and it is 3 o'clock. Oh, okay, yeah. So, with that, I'm going to give it a save, and we're going to replay the creation of this kit from start to finish. Alright, so time-lapse, export time-lapse. And here we go. this a bit.
Yes.
So yeah. I do love that Clip Studio can do this for me. So it didn't take too long to come up with the design for it, which is always nice. And I'm pretty happy with the actual like makeup of what it is. I don't think I would have come up with this idea on my own. Everyone kind of like loving the idea of having like a stall type thing. Kind of is like I love that idea too, but I needed to kind of scale it down so just like this display thing really worked perfect. I think.
Oh, that's not bad at all.
Fighting the shield as I do. Just the like shaving back and forth. Very like every single shield you see, I've had to have that fight.
Oh yeah.
I had fun with this one. I mean, I tend to have fun on stream. It's always a good challenge, I find. But yeah, there's a lot of good ideas from the chat. Some nice exploration. Figured out some good kind of like shortcuts, and I'd say we were pretty efficient with it. With the level of detail we put in today is not bad at all. The glass, gone. And now we're just getting fussy with it. I think we're after lunch at this point. Maybe? I don't know. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Cast shadows. See, the great thing about this export system is like it cuts out all the like
I mean,
the dead air
it's also
of
fun,
like when I'm not making brush strokes. It's literally just going through the history of the file, right?
probably like a portion of the
So
population
that's
that just plays first.
it used to be when I like made painting videos, I had to like literally scrub through the video that I exported, which was
Oh my god, the crap
huge, like gigabyte size, and then like cut and trim, and yeah, it's just not worth
Yes,
doing.
of course I want to see. Of course.
But now it's much easier, so I should probably do those. I just need to
Yeah.
edit some stuff, and also have a suite to edit with. Oh, I should put that in my request for this year. We're kind of doing, you know,
In the group chat.
reassessing kind of like what we need. Since it's a new year, we like to kind of make sure everyone has their tools and stuff. And, that'd be pretty nice to have as just some video editing stuff, perhaps.
My roommate has the clown phobia.
All right. Oh, there's a bot again. So many bots today. Get out.
Crown.
Can I export it as a GIF? I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not sure GIFs can go that long. I think there's limits to how big they can be anyways. It would if it was, it would be like 256 colors, probably shrunk down. And it might only be a few seconds long. Like there is a version of the export where you can make it like 15 seconds. So maybe this would work as a GIF, right? Yeah. Kind of miss out on a lot of the detail, but it's effective. Boom. the wick just boop. All right. Well, there we have it. Another stream done. So, thank you all for hanging out, as always. Very much appreciated. Let me get that Larry link in the chat again for you, just in case you missed it. Pow. Yeah, oh man, I need to start to compile some of the painting videos. I don't have all of them, obviously. Most of them, especially previous drawings before Clip Studio kind of added that feature because I was doing Photoshop for a lot, and I used to record, but like it was a long time ago that I actually stopped doing that because hard drive space, and I wasn't using those files when I needed to. So might be something I start to do in the new year now because I actually get to record these when I remember to set up the system. But thankfully, um, basically all the templates that I've created for like items, mice, traps, I have the template set up to like start the recording when I start the image. So for the most part, it should record them all. So I'll try and remember to do something with those and export those. But yeah, you'll have to be on my case about that. Because yeah. Anyways, that's extra work, and I'm lazy, I guess. But no, it's something I'd like to do. If anyone knows any good resources for like music and stuff, Discord message me with some links. That'd be cool. But yeah, thank you, Jay. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Mike's all crucking fighty. Thank you, Sonny. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me. I always appreciate the company, and thanks for the good feedback, helping give me direction on this piece. I'm really happy with where it ended up. So is the art team. So that's awesome. I shall see you all probably in 2 weeks. I assume Dave's going to do next week. We'll see. Maybe it'll be me. Who knows? But take care, everyone. Stay safe, and happy hunting. I'll catch you later. Bye for now.